Travis Wayne Goodsell. Rough morning. The content of the video required me to teach you Greek today. And in the course of finding the pictures for use in this video, I stumbled across the Armageddon document from Egyptian. Just unbelievable. So, we get to teach you Egyptian, Greek, Paleo-Hebrew, a whole bunch of stuff in this video for the content that we got to go over today. When looking up Paleo-Hebrew pictures, the search only showed me at the top for the first page. So first it has my Amazon publications, and then Better World Books had my obsolete complete Paleo-Hebrew alphabet. Go to Academia, you'll get a better version of that. Where's the other one? And then TPT has Hebrew posters, ancient Paleo and modern Hebrew. I don't recommend that, because Wikipedia was used for the Copilot search for Microsoft Edge versus the AI Google. But interestingly, that I dominated over the AI, whereas on Google, AI is first. Wikipedia on Paleo-Hebrew script incorrectly tells you the false tradition, and it's necessary to go over this because of the people involved who botched it from the beginning. So the tradition is that it is believed that Paleo-Hebrew script, I'll just read from the Wikipedia from Copilot, is the writing system used in ancient Israel and Judah, primarily between the 10th century BCE and the 5th century BCE. It evolved from Proto-Canaanite script. No. It is closely related to the Phoenician alphabet. It is the Phoenician alphabet. The script consists of 22 consonantal letters and is an abjad, meaning it primarily represents consonants. You put in Arabic. Who's the dumbass who put this in? God. I thought it was just the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints that screws up Wikipedia. So no, none of this is correct. The reason why they're claiming this is because William Foxwell Albright is the one who found the Proto-Sinaitic script in caves in the Sinai. And they were trying to decipher it, and Sir Alan Gardner told him, just use the acronym theory. don't know who Sir Alan Gardner is, he's the one who has the Egyptian sign lists and grammar book. Thus, because I had found the Egyptian Armageddon prophecy, I get to show you how bigly of a dumbass he is. And so, no, you cannot start with the conclusion and get all your premises to fit your conclusion, ignore the evidence. So, yeah, it was real easy to do, to take his dear God, whatever it is, and go over each and every single 22 characters and just destroy him. None of it is true. I don't recall a single thing that he got right with his theory, and it has to be dismissed. It can't be used anymore. For this person who put this in here, this is just an example of how people remain in darkness. The whole purpose of science is to use logical Socratic methodology in the development of theories to be tested for confirmation of truth. That when you get a false confirmation, a failed test, you're supposed to dismiss the theory. It's wrong. It's no longer a theory. It's been proven false. The test came up negative. Get rid of it. And scholars are not doing this. There's so much crap out of this that's out there that people are still using because they don't know any better. They read something or they hear somebody talking about the theories that have been falsified, and it keeps getting spread around and around and around, and then you have this. This is false. They're wrong. But because nobody else deciphered it correctly, they keep using the falsehood. Because they can't just say, we don't know, it's an undeciphered language. And so, at least thanks to Microsoft, I'm at the top, so that when people search for it, Wikipedia is the last thing they see. And so they're claiming an older dating for those caves and proto-cyanatic. No. It's much earlier in dating, newer. And it's difficult talking about BCE because older is different than newer in the sense of CE, Common Era. So no, it's more closer to us than it is further from us. Paleo-Hebrew script is first as the linear script, but it was taken from Egyptian hieroglyphs as their linear script form. Hieratic, demotic, and I think that's it. Yeah, hieratic and demotic. Yeah. And Coptic was a version of it also, but the alphabetical version. There's thousands of Egyptian hieroglyphs. And so when I destroyed Walter Emanuel Offrecht's crap, I then started over from scratch. I had to find, by purchasing back in those days, a book showing the Paleo-Hebrew script. I was led to it by Walter Emanuel Aufrecht, who was asked to teach one and only one course for me specifically in biblical Hebrew, as he was taught by Thomas O. Lambden of Harvard, whose book on English Hebrew grammar, or biblical Hebrew grammar, God, it's a rough morning, had been the text worldwide. And so Thomas O. Lambden is the expert in his day, the world expert on biblical Hebrew translation. And so I is the second generation from Thomas O. Lambden through his student Walter Emanuel Aufrecht. And because he was asked to do a special class just for me, just for one semester, he crammed all his knowledge into that one semester for us. I was eating it up. It was awesome. Because he started with Paleo-Hebrew, showing us the script, saying nobody deciphered it. I didn't catch it at the time. Not everybody believed William Foxwell Albright. And showed us examples of clues that were bugging scholars and Hebraists and rabbis trying to decipher the script. And so it's a picture language. So you know, I guess we could take you to the Bible. We'll come back to so chapter 6 of Genesis chapter 1. You have in the English, and God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. Well, the word for waters, which you can also put water, but water would be the element of H2O in the singular form. Nobody ever thought about that because the microscope hadn't been invented yet. Regardless, you have the singular form of water, then the masculine form adds the M at the end of it. And for heaven, they have the word waters and then another Paleo-Hebrew letter, the W, which comes from the Egyptian hieroglyph for water, which is N, from the learning of the Greek's language of the Egyptians from the Rosetta Stone. We have a phonetic match because of the Rosetta Stone and Jean Champollion translating or deciphering it. All of the spoken Egyptian that we have comes from the Rosetta Stone. None of it is correct. Because specifically the Rosetta Stone was made to harmonize and use a language upon Egyptian to speak it. It's a visionary language. Nonetheless, they did it anyway. And that's why we have it the way we have it. And so, day also is the last two letters of the three-letter word of waters. So you have day, waters, heaven, all with the same Paleo-Hebrew letters. And then you've got seas in verse 10, which day. But it's in the plural, so there's an added M at the end of it, which is also days, depending on the translation. And this is where I warn you that the biblical Hebrew text by the Masoretes from 800 to 1000 CE turned the original Jewish authors into a multi-personality disorder. Is it day or is it seas? You can't put both. And if you're going to use Paleo-Hebrew, you got to use the one. If you're going to use Babylon Hebrew, then you can use the other. If you use Aramaic, then you can use another. If you use Greek, you use another. If you use Arabic, you use another. If you use Biblical Hebrew, yeah, you botched it. Get the hell out of here. You turn the Jewish author into a multi-personality disorder. And so, yeah, I caught this. This is what he was telling me. I was trying to figure out in my spare time. See, his cramming of all his knowledge was not enough for me. I want more! More! And so, yes, being born and raised Mormon, I know about Joseph Smith and the King Follett sermon and the little woman for my birthday gave me the teachings of the prophet Joseph Smith, the original one before they did the manuals for priesthood and Relay Society, and had been reading through that. Again, was reminded from when I read it in my parents' collection from the church history about that. And so that was brought back to mind before the fall semester when I took Biblical Hebrew. And yeah, interesting. I still had to go and do a summer term to get the Greek. She wanted me to get out. You've been here too long. What can we do? And so, yeah, I was trying to figure out how Joseph Smith rendered his translation. He only gave us half of the first verse. In the beginning, God created. He would only go over those three words. And to this day, not a single Mormon supports Joseph Smith. And yet here I am. I did it. So let's bring that picture up for you. So, thanks to the church putting the brand new D. Todd Christofferson into the Strengthening Church Members Committee, replacing Dylan H. Oates, who previously was responsible for what was done to me. Yeah, I know all about that now, Dylan. In my file folder, 36434, they submitted as proof that I'm a terrorist the following notes from the file of the attachments. January 2nd, 1998, I went to the church administration building. Didn't I, or was that a letter? It could have been a letter. That's why they would have received it on the 2nd. Because previously, that actually may have been the events with F. Michael Watson. That is very likely. So yeah, they get it on the 2nd of January 1998 about my Paleo-Hebrew decipherment. I deciphered Paleo-Hebrew on the 24th of February 1997. The little woman who set me up on this, giving me the book. If you don't want me to do it, don't lead me down that path, Mommy. She too, the first wife, the first failure. She then was furious that I deciphered Paleo-Hebrew and began her premeditated plans to justify abandoning the marriage, fleeing the country, stealing the kids, kidnapping them technically is what it's called for humans, and destroying my research by stealing my computer and all the files, claiming that it's for the kids. She then used it to publish a book on how I'm the bad guy in her fiction novel. Published on Amazon. Bleep you. I'm the victim. Bleep you. God. With the help of both our families who turned on me and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. As she told me the day she left, her kids would not learn Hebrew. She used my, not her. And then, yeah, Dixie chick drama ensued. But nonetheless, I had to redo it. But there was some time that had to elapse before I could redo it. And so because of the severe abuse by everybody involved, I tried to immediately get away, and had found just a deplorable apartment, but it was better than being abused. Downtown, off California Avenue, and stayed there until she became intolerable. And so I found another one, renting a room from Gabriel up closer to the university, and tried to record on VHS tape my cable subscription that had Battlestar Galactica, the old originals. The new ones hadn't come out yet. And then apparently she can get a divorce in Canada without me. And so I get my paycheck stub from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, telling me that I no longer have money for rent. She was able to get my paychecks garnished with the Canadian divorce without me. And so I was forced to go back to my parents' apartment. I didn't let them know, I didn't ask them, I just went and moved in. Bleep them for what they did to me. And so that tax return, following year, I was able to buy a new computer, and that's when I began to restore my Paleo-Hebrew research. It was actually, according to this, before that, it was actually in the summer of 1997. Interesting. But anyway, it is a rough morning. Did I mention that? So that's what the first one is the Paleo-Hebrew script. F. Michael Watson had it put into the file, had notified the singles ward. It wasn't the singles. I wasn't in the singles ward. I was not allowed to be in the singles ward. Yeah, this was before that. So yeah, this was before F. Michael Watson. Interesting. So I might have. This is weird. Because August 6th was when it was officially done, and then the stake president of the family ward came to me and said, "Get out of the family ward, you're single, you got to get married again." And horror ensued with the little singles wards girls. I'm a sinner because I'm divorced. So I'm evil. They shunned me. I need to stick with my own kind. Nightmare City. And so even down to biblical translations is interesting. And so I must not have lasted long on my own. But this is interesting. I must have gotten myself a new system, that tax return. Yeah, started working on it. Interesting. So I must have taken the computer with me. Memory is disappearing on my mind. But I had to redo my work, and apparently I was able to get the money. This is according to this. They put the file in here. So yeah, after she left in April, I then got my tax return and used it to buy a new computer. And that's when I began redoing my research, so that in 98 I had submitted to the church my Paleo-Hebrew decipherment again from the year previous when I deciphered it. And then March 16th, the day before my birthday, 1998, I was going over vocabulary from the Paleo-Hebrew script, and going over Joseph Smith's translation from the King Follett Sermon, which is not the Joseph Smith translation. They didn't even know that. It's King Follett Sermon, you dumbass. And in July 9th, 1998, that's when I had been working on biblical translations from the vocabulary, from the script. So you see how I was doing it. All right here to show I'm a terrorist. And then, this is after. This is after F. Michael Watson for certain. Is that December 9th, 1999, I submit to them the retranslated Genesis chapter 1 in Paleo-Hebrew for them, from Paleo-Hebrew. So bleep you for calling that terrorist activities and putting this in my troublemaker file. Bleep you, Oaks. Bleep you. So yeah, I'm the big, bad, mean old person who did the job that they couldn't do, even though they don't even claim the title. Alright. God. Yeah, we'll do Apollo first. What led into this was yesterday I had found Apollo's Delphi temple in my searching, because Terminator, Sarah Connor Chronicles, she quotes from the text from Apollo's temple. So I went looking for it and found his temple. It's destroyed. There are 6 pillars shown there at the top of the mountain, but the whole platform is all that's left, and much of it is eroded, gone. But there is an inscription: "Know thyself, and you shall," pull this out, Know thyself, and thou shalt know all the mysteries of the gods in the universe. And so I saw know as genothi. It's technically gen. Thyself is the grammatical termination. And I went, oh, yeah, sex. Yep, sure enough. I deciphered Paleo-Hebrew. All of further work on all of this is a Zion project. Unfortunately, Mormons don't want to go to Zion. They want to die in Armageddon. Jesus, come and burn me! Just... why Mormons? I mean, this is beyond the Kool-Aid drinker guy and the Heaven's Gate guy and the cult group. There was a massive slaughter when the FBI came in, and Missouri cult group that kidnapped Mormons. This is, and the FLDS Church, this is far beyond what the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has done to Mormons. And I am just horrified that the world knows the church is false, but they don't know the church is responsible for every that suffering that's being caused on them. And so there I lost my Mormon audience. Although there was a comment earlier where I could have lost my Mormon, or would have lost my Mormon audience also. I mean, Mormons are so easily triggered to be offended because they know they're guilty. The church can't be true. They blatantly lied to us. I knew this as a kid. I read from the scriptures, and then I'm like, what the hell are you telling me, teacher? It's not in the scriptures. I mean, granted, I was the top in my class in my English grammar in grade school, but still. The born-again Christian peers knew. So frustrating. And so 10 has to do with what's going on in the news. Genocide. The whole world is claiming Israel committing genocide against Hamas. The terrorists who came in, did that explosion on October 7th, murdering all those people just gathering for a concert or something, and then took hostages and brutally raped, beaten, slaughtered, beheaded little babies, just brutally tortured them for all these years now. It's two. Still. And the whole world turned on Israel to blame Israel after the horrifying reports of what Hamas was doing. I can't understand how the whole world, yeah, I can understand Islamists, they're evil, they're terrorists. When you do this and you support it, you're a terrorist. You are not the good guys. You are not the victims. God. But still, they're claiming Israel is committing genocide on Gaza. No. I've had to go over this time and 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 time again. And the news I saw has no clue how to define genocide. Well, it's real simple. It's in the word itself. God. Gen. It's when you destroy a family line. Gen. Seed of a male, egg of a female, offspring. And you murder it. So it's not just murder, it's the stopping of a family line. And so when you get into Africa, where these military dictators go in and slaughter the people, this is a form of genocide because the people who live there are family groups that have been there for generations. And by doing a full slaughter of the people to exert your power as the new leader of the country, don't you need slaves? Don't you need women? But nonetheless, yeah, when you slaughter a people, what the Nazis did to the Jews in Germany during World War II was a genocide. And it was so extreme, it's called the Holocaust. The genocide got so extreme, they created the word Holocaust for it. A whole burning. Even though it was a gassing, for the most part. And so, this is the trap that Islam set. To have Gaza's people be the sacrificial offering for Allah for their holy war against Israel. Because they're closest. Hamas was to trigger the massive terrorist attack, take hostages, to provoke Israel to come into Gaza. And yeah, they did it. For all these decades, since Israel finally got back their land after World War II, thanks to the United Nations. Islam did not want Israel there. Islam comes from Babylon. Muhammad is Babylonian. That lost to the Persians, as the survivors fled into Saudi Arabia. And thus, after the centuries, Muhammad in 600, technically in the 500s, was born and raised up, knew about the Christianizing of the Jewish scriptures, knew about Babylon, and thus knew about the Jews as from the Constantine Christianity, and thus claimed he's now the man like Moses of the Jews, the Jewish Christ, and thus why he's called the prophet. Deuteronomy 18 verse 15, where he goes to the top of the mountain just like Moses did, and instead of the 10 Commandments, Muhammad claims he got the Quran from Allah. And so his missionary conversion is to go around and slaughter the villages, rape the women, add them to his harem, murder the men if they don't recruit to his militant Islamic religion. And typically he'd have to get the young boys to be groomed to be the soldiers as they grow up, training them to be fighters, whereas the men often were the resistors to fight to defend their lives, their wives, their children, their land, and blah blah blah, title of liberty. That's what he did, and that's why there's an Islamic mosque on the temple of the Jews in ruins from Rome, as the first one was from Babylon. That's why Islam claims the land. They only go back to Babylon when Babylon conquered the Jews in Judah at Jerusalem. That's their claim to the land. But the Jews were there first, obviously. And so they are in denial of this. Westerners are too stupid to care to know how to do research on a culture, the origins of their religion, didn't bother to learn their language. Because they're white supremacist elitists of Christian nationalists. Church is true. And this resulted in where we are today, is because of the Islamic conflict, which Constantine is a big part of causing. Just awful. And so, yeah, I found it hilarious. Netanyahu, he's got a sense of humor in his condemnation. I relate to that. And so he had to show pictures to stupid people who are now terrorists with Hamas for Armageddon. And one of them was a question, pop quiz, UN. Now, you need to know, if you didn't hear, which I think everybody heard, it was all over the news, he didn't get to speak to anybody. They all walked out on him. They disrespected him. The Israeli delegation at the UN, they stayed and listened to all the lies by all of the Palestinian Islamic leaders and other world leaders. And so yesterday was Netanyahu's turn. And everybody walked out. They didn't want to listen to him. They didn't want to show him respect. Islam had convinced the whole world that Israel is to blame, when the Gazan people were siding with Hamas as terrorists. They're not the good people. They're not innocent. It's a holy war for them. They get 72 child bride virgins if they're a man. Don't you have to wait till the children are slaughtered first? So yes, this is horrifying that the whole world got deceived by Islam. That from the 60s, realizing that they were not going to be able to get rid of Israel anymore, then changed their tactic to have Islamists from the various Islamist Middle Eastern locations seek asylum around the whole world, saying our religious leaders are very abusive and mean to us. We need your help to rescue us. Take us in. And the stupid Westerners took them in. As the Westerners are clueless about the women wearing the hijab. Idaho chick, you don't want to wear a hijab? You don't think you'd look good in it? Like, I could have kept on going. What Oaks did 3 days later. I could have kept on going. That was gold. I'll go over more of that here. But they purposely got planted all over the world as sleeper cells to raise up Islamists in all of the countries around the world. And then they grow up and they get jobs and they work in all the different companies in all of the various nations like America, and they get into government office, all in preparation for Armageddon. And they struck on October 7th, 2023, the final day of Tabernacles of the Jews. And so, boom! Armageddon begins with all the world declaring their loyalty to Islam against Israel. The New Year of the Jews. And yeah, who called it? I called it. I called it. All these years I've been warning you of this, and here we are. And so, as Netanyahu does not explain, each location where Islam has a residence is where they're called their nationality. And thus, Gazans versus Lebanon for Lebanese, or Iranians, or Iraqis, or Syrians, etc., wherever they are. That is their nationality, because that's the land where they're living. They are all Islam, and you've probably heard there are Sunni and Shiite. There's a slight variation. It's just a slight difference of interpretation of the Quran. But as we have seen since October 7th, yeah, they don't care much about the differences. That was only an internal squabble that Westerners don't understand. It was used as a ploy, etc., etc. So every nationality of Islam are the culture of Muslim. Culture. It's not really needed, but that's what's been created from it. And so don't get confused into thinking that Muslim is not Islam, that a Muslim is not Islamic. No, it's all the same. You know, Jews, yeah, you've got people who are not practicing Orthodox Jews or are no longer a practicing Jew at all. But they're still Jewish because of the culture through their blood. Male seed, female egg, offspring, gen. And each geographical location of Islamic Muslims have a government. There's a governing body. And so the Palestinian leader, yeah, he's not the Saudi Arabian leader. Prince Mohammed bin Salman, nor is he the former Iraqi leader who's now dead. Saddam Hussein, etc., etc., etc. There's different government leaders over these nationalities. And so obviously they need a military. And thus his question is pop quizzed. Who has murdered Americans and Europeans in cold blood? A, Al-Qaeda. That was a result of taking out Saddam Hussein. That gave them power now during the vacuum of government. B, Hamas for Gaza. C, Hezbollah for Lebanon. D, Iran for Iran. You know, you've heard Taliban for Afghanistan. So then E, all of the above. That is the answer. Westerners, at least at some point in time, have designated these military organizations, which are all Islam, as terrorist groups, because they are. That is Islam from Muhammad. And everybody walked out because they couldn't handle the truth. They had convinced the world of the lie to turn on Netanyahu and Israel. Even so much that even the Israeli people want Netanyahu to give in to the extortion threats of a ransom demand to release the hostages, ignoring the repeated pattern of practice that when they tried to negotiate a peace settlement and return of hostages, Hamas will only give a couple to a few when Israel has to release thousands of prisoners. Or, as is more often the case, Hamas backs out and attacks Israel, breaks the ceasefire agreement. It's always Islam. Never Israel. And the news won't report this. Israel always goes in after they give advance warning. We are coming in. We want our people back. And the Gazan people play dumb for the press. We are not leaving. And so they fight Israel. And by doing that, they are giving aid and comfort, fighting alongside with and as the shield of Hamas, who are still holding hostages to this day. Nobody is getting this reported correctly. And when you know that they know about the Constantine creation that altered the interpretation of Revelation chapter 16, you begin to see the horrifying picture of this. He's going to be revving this up for a while. It's not cold. He doesn't need to rev it up. He sits there, revs it up. And then he can't get out because he can't parallel park either. And why he can't find another place further on down. Oh my God. And so yes, knowing the language, knowing the histories, you see how the problem needs to be solved and how it's being made worse on purpose to cause Armageddon on purpose. They want Armageddon because everybody wants Jesus to show. Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is behind all of it. And so not only Jen, but Jen, where'd it go? Oh my God. I'm starting to wake up, but still not there. You've probably heard about the Gnostics, those apostate scriptures about how Jesus pushed a boy off the roof and killed him. Mary was a temple prostitute. Joseph bought her to be a wife to his orphan children. And then she was found to be pregnant. And then the other one about Jesus saying, lift a tree and there you'll find me, lift a brick and there I am. I am not made of wood or stone. So organized religion is wrong. Or the Gospel of Judas. Or the text where Jesus tells all of the secrets of the universe to his wife Mary. And Peter's jealous and upset. I want to know the secrets. I thought I was your number one. Those documents. First creed of Christianity says is all wrong, abominable, and corrupt. Too soon. Yeah. It has gen in it. GN, even though the G is silent. It's from the same concept. And so gnosis is the word for Gnostic. The people. And gnosis is knowledge. And what is fascinating is that struggling to pull out. But he's getting better. Sort of. Sort of. And so the Apollo use of genothi for know thyself is from the same root that we get genealogy, generations, genocide, genesis. Knowledge in the sense of family lineage. And so it's technically not knowledge. In Genesis chapter 19, I didn't write it down. Oh, crap. It's Genesis 19, from what I remember. Sodom and Gomorrah. Verse 5, there it is. So that was quick and easy to find. So, yeah, you see that Avraham Gileadi was involved with this. Aren't those illegal in Utah? There's noise ordinances. And at least I don't smell the pollution from the exhaust. You see Avraham Gileadi's work in verse 1 for footnote B under angels, Hebrew messengers. And that allowed them to justify putting in TG angels. As Joseph Smith's translation, Genesis 19:1, says it's 3 angels instead of the 2. And Joseph is correct, because there was the 3 that appeared to Adam, or Abraham, prior to. It's the same guys. And in verse 5, Avraham Gileadi put something in and they rejected him. Because the way it's here, know, in quotes, is used in both Hebrew and English in this kind of context as a euphemism in place of a sexual word. Sexual word? You mean sex? They're avoiding putting homosexuality, even though they put TG homosexuality. No. Remember those apostate scriptures of the Gnostics? About Mary being a temple prostitute? That's what it's talking about here. It's the Roman practice, not the Greek practice, in which men also were temple prostitutes. And so, yes, they were inviting them to worship in the temple. But the church is homophobic, so they got to make a thing out of it, even though the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is doing the Greek practice of prostituting Mormon women at the temple. You gotta pay up. Pay to turn it off, pay to have it, only to the prostitute that the church pimps out. And then you got to pay for the rest of your life to that one prostitute. Because polygamy has been banned so far, but they're bringing it back for the millennium in the coming day. So the word no here is not the same word gen. And in the course of trying to find a gen in Paleo-Hebrew, I ended up getting distracted because it's a visionary language. So as I'm looking over the Paleo-Hebrew transliterated from the biblical Hebrew, I'm getting all of these scripture insights from vision. Nonetheless, couldn't find it. And so no in Paleo-Hebrew is different. It is the D and the universal symbol of the sun or moon. Greek created a separation between the moon and the sun. And so nobody gets this right. So yes, this is where the Jewish star comes from. Jewish Star of David, the double deltas of D, form the moon for David. And it's an eclipse. The outer ring for the shield is the sun god at noonday, Emmanuel. And so in Paleo-Hebrew, the word for to know, as the Jews know that there's something there, but they don't know because Constantine and the biblical Hebrew abomination. You have the delta symbol for double D's. Yeah, it's also representing the breasts of a woman, as well as the womb when pointed down. In case you never, because it's porn, you're not allowed to know. And so the universal symbol of the sun, also the moon, is used as the moon here in this particular instance in the word, so that you understand that it has to do with sexual activity, as the Jews have from tradition, that they couldn't just put the Hebrew to know, and then say that Jewish tradition says it's referring to a sex. Because it's used also for Adam knew his wife, and other places where men knew their wives. And yet, for here, they had to get weird on us so that they can justify homosexuality. Which, that is not why it was destroyed. Ezekiel 16 tells us it was because they neglected the poor. And yet, the church says, no, homosexuality is what caused the destruction of the people, and so we need to ban it. You're not supposed to take away people's agency. If consenting adults are not holding hostages and raping other men, let them be what they want to be. There's 3 kingdoms of glory. They choose not to go to the celestial. That's okay. Let them do it. No! Everybody must be saved in the highest degree of the celestial kingdom. Heavenly Father's plan of happiness. Whatever. This is what the church fools Mormons with. The church can ban people who don't conform to their social behavior control, but the church is not allowed to take away the agency of life, liberty, and property to Mormons, let alone other people who don't want to be Mormon. And that was your big clue among many other big clues, like the inverted pentagram on the keystone of the doors of the Salt Lake Temple, that they're Luciferian. They're not the good guys. They're claiming to be the victims, just like Islam. And so this is why it's female and moon for also David, because of the thing. And so yes, the women get planted with seed and babies come forth. Jen, the Paleo-Hebrew alternate version, to give you other pictorial symbolisms on this. So, Son Amen for the Amen priesthood of the 18th dynasty of David Moses's. Thawut Moseh. Thawut is thoth, thought, toth, whatever accent you use. Spell the word past. And you'll say, can you use it in a sentence? And I'll say, no, spell the word past. And then you'll reply, well, there's two different ways to spell past. One is P-A-S-T, the other is P-A-S-S-E-D. And the Brits, in order to distinguish the two, would say passed for the one with the D at the end, because T and D is phonetically the same. That's why I've been repeating for you all these years, Judah is phonetically the same as Utah. Because everything is about Mormons, not the Jews. You're not listening. You don't believe Joseph in the Book of Mormon. And so, yes, David thought. The God thought from the Egyptians. It's going to be a long video. And you see in section 78 talking about Amen, where your Redeemer, Son Amen, that's pretty obvious who our God is. Or in verse 17, Son Amen, or in other words, Alphas, or in other words, Omegas. Joseph Smith is correct, because Alpha and Omega refers to the language of the first and last letters of the Greek alphabet from Koine Greek rather than Paleo-Greek, where Omega was the universal symbol of the sun with a dot in it. But in Koine Greek, they changed that symbol to the horizon sun, so that it could be either the rising horizon or the setting horizon. In Egyptian, it's the Akhet. Akhenaten. Or Akhetaten, technically. Because Akhenaten was the pharaoh of the 18th dynasty, who the people were so wicked, could not endure the presence of Ammon as he was trying to build Zion, the city of the sun, in Armana, that he took away the Ammon priesthood, replaced it with the Aten priesthood, the sun disk rather than the sun god at noonday, and took himself out of their midst as well, as his son, which you know as King Tut, is technically Tawut, as Dawut. That's why the V in the middle. Phonetically the same. All of the scholars in Egyptian deceive you when they turn it into a vowel. It's a consonant. Tawut Mose, David, Dawut. So yes, Ziva, and her technical last name pronunciation. Whatever, Zena, Ziva. Xena, warrior princess. So pissed I may not get to see the rest of the season. And so in this particular instance, in verse 17 of section 95, Joseph Smith is saying that these are titles for Ammon, that he is the first and last letters of the Greek alphabet. And in that case, you do use the masculine singular as he does here, rather than the feminine for script of the language. And yes, he even in Isaiah, Christ your Lord. And then people think Amen is Ammon. No. Wrong spelling. You get people who think they got a little bit of knowledge and then they just botch it and humiliate themselves. And nobody else knows because they don't know. Michael in verse 16 of section 78, where Ammon is our Redeemer, talking about the church of the firstborn. Yeah, Emmanuel. The firstborn. So yes, he's supposed to be the firstborn. Even though the Genesis author repeatedly talks about the secondborn usurping the birthright and blessing from the firstborn. Hilarious. But you got to know the learning of the Jews for prophecy and revelation. Michael, we are told in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is Adam. No, it's David. If you know a little bit of Hebrew, you have been told, and you probably will see this if you search Google baby names, who is like God. That's the Christian corruption of Hebrew. It's the Jewish abomination to the biblical Hebrew text used. For the multi-personality disorder. Paleo-Hebrew, guys. Stick to Paleo-Hebrew. M is the W for water and a J stroke for human. High priest, from the Egyptian hieroglyph of a man pouring water over his head. High priest. Or priest. But if in the context that there's a high priest over priests, nonetheless. And then the K, which is a papyrus scroll for writing. So this God is the God, high priest of writing prophecies of Scripture, giving days and hour clock times. David, from the Egyptians, is that very guy, Michael. Because when you go back to the original story, pre-writing of Egyptians, he's the one attributed to creating the calendars, not just for the moon cycles, but also for the solar cycle calendars, civil and religious calendars. And so the solar calendar comes from the Heliopolis creation glyph, the Yod, as it's wrongly called in Paleo-Hebrew. The Z, with a little line in between, that is Shu, separating his children from having sex. Oops, too late. As he is separating the waters from the waters, and the dry land appears. Genesis chapter 1. There he is. And there he is in chapter 2. The breath of life into Adam, having been formed from moisture. Yeah, his parents, Shu and Tefnut. Geb, earth. Adam. So Adam and Lilith. Yeah, night. Lilith, his first wife. Not this Eve crap. But a very wise Jew told a story about Adam and Lilith. How she wanted to be on top, like the Egyptian Heliopolis creation glyph. Adam said, no, I'm the presider in the home. Dude, you want her on top. Just saying. Missionary position's fine too, but India created the Kama Sutra. There are different ways. Try it. Nonetheless, Lilith was pissed and left him. Went eastward into the Garden of Eden. And apparently there were some angels that were sent to try to convince her to come back, threaten her to conform and comply. No! So, Heavenly Father made Eve, who was conforming and compliant and submissive, would only do the missionary position. That gave rise to the other Jewish tradition of Elijah meeting up with Lilith, where she, being pissed that Heavenly Father gave Adam Eve, as she's stuck in immortality because she didn't partake of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And so she is pissed that she found that the Christ of the Jews is being born, and she's going to go and murder him. So the god Yah, the Hebrew god, makes a deal with her that if the house of the child has a medallion, amulet, there above the crib at the window, she is not allowed to murder the baby. And so that Jewish tradition is kept going, not knowing that actually has to do with the babysitter who tries to murder the baby. And she's a smoker. Tried to hide the cigarettes, assuming it's cigarettes and not doobies, in the toilet tank. But smokers never get it. When you're in a house that does not smoke, you can't hide it. You can put it out before you get on the bus or get in the house. But those who do not smoke and do not allow smoke in their homes smell you instantly. That's why you also have to use breath mints. But it's on your clothes. It's all your aura, just like what's his name? Peanuts. There's the one dirty kid who's just, dirt is all around him. That kid. I can't remember his name. It's bugging me now. Anyway, that guy. That's a smoker. You can't hide it. Nonetheless. And so, as Michael, David, he writes people's names in the book of the law. And thus why Joseph Smith knows this. Section 85, verse 7. The one mighty and strong. Oh, I didn't finish the why the civil calendar. Nut and Geb were separated. She's pregnant, but because they're separated, she can't have the babies. So, enter David. He writes 5 extra days into the lunar calendar to create the civil calendar. And on those 5 days, each of the 5 children, what would it be called? Uno, duo, tres, cuatro, quinque. The quintuplets. Or un, deux, trois, quatre, cinq, six, sept, huit, neuf, dix. Or uno, duo, tres, cuatro, quinque. Sex? Which was the Latin? Uno, duo, tres. I think it's cuatro, quinque. But the Spanish is screwing me up. Because sex is in Latin, and then septem, octem, novem, decem. And you're going, wait a minute, that's not the right number for the month. Yeah, a pope screwed it up. Gregory. And so, thus gave rise to the origin of the 2 calendars, even though there's also a Sothic calendar. And another calendar also for the dog star. So yeah, the Egyptians knew lots of different calendars because of their knowledge of astronomy. So, this is what it's all about. Armageddon. Armageddon is going to destroy the whole world. A genocide. A real genocide of mankind. And so, knowing that this is coming, there is the warning put out as far back as the Egyptians of the coming of the Christ to save mankind who will listen to him and go to restore Heliopolis, Zion, New Jerusalem, has many names, so that the human race can be preserved on earth. So all the scriptures talk about this, prophesy of it. And that's where the book of the law comes in. Are those who want to keep the human race going, which is only done through male seed, female egg. And it's fascinating that men in their seed contain both male and female seed in them. Fascinating. But you can see the evil that is being done, all ways and means to try to murder mankind, to genocidally destroy mankind. Even just after World War II, the attempts to murder mankind through psychology, thinking they're American liberators, which is where Islam got it from, by the way. After World War II in the 60s. Because the Nazis were being given asylum in the 50s. And so Islam, knowing of this, said, hey, that's an idea. And so you've got all these evil groups doing the same thing. Because the Russians did it. In America, and they got exposed in the 80s when Reagan took over. So the Americans, the TV show, was based on that exposure in the 80s. And they're still here, for the most part. Still here. Got all these sleeper cells. China did it. They did it in a different way. So yeah, everybody's trying to destroy America. And here we go. Armageddon is upon us. In verse 8 is the false prophet of the great and abominable church that the Book of Mormon talks about. And this is where we get to Revelation 16 and the false prophet of the great and abominable church, referred to as Babylon. And so when Joseph Smith tells you, you're wicked Mormons, in section 1, verse 14, you'll be cut off if you don't listen to your Christ. Verse 15, Mormons have strayed from the temple ordinances and have broken the marriage covenant. Monogamy, you're practicing polygamy. Prostitution, Mormons seek not the Lord to establish his righteousness. Every Mormon walketh in his own way and after the image of their own God, own personal Jesus. Every Mormon believes that what they do is justified by their interpretation of who their concept of Jesus is. And that others are wrong, and they can't judge you. Oops, you created an idol god, which shall perish in Babylon. Babylon was destroyed by Persia, which then gave rise to Muhammad, almost a millennium later. Pretty much a millennium later. Even Babylon the Great, which shall fall. He's talking about religion, religious ordinances, religious marriage. And so you're going to put United States of America there? What? Bruce R. McConkie purposely did not decode this for the 1981 edition. He would not do it because it's not the government per se. It's specifically talking about the great and abominable church that Mormons are in bondage to. Thus the coming of the Christ, who will be the seer, the prophet, the revelator, the translator of Paleo, Hebrew, and Egyptian. And Mormons don't believe in him. They're not even looking for him. They're waiting for Jesus to come and burn them. Yay! Jesus is here! Burn me, Jesus! Burn me with thy glory! You want some more black cherry Kool-Aid? You do? You've already had a gallon of it. You're going to be going to the bathroom for a long time. So, all of this is about Judgment Day, which the Egyptian judgment scene is similar to the facsimile of facsimile number 3. And I've gone over this with you. We'll do this instead. I started by showing you in the pictures that the 3 facsimiles that Joseph Smith chose to get published are the 3 solar eclipses over the United States in the latter days. He's trying to help you with the date of when all this is to occur. Still trying to keep it hidden from the enemy who wants to make sure that their plot will still go forth and nobody will know about it, and that Joseph Smith is destroyed and his documents covered up and hidden from everybody so that nobody will know the truth. So facsimile number 1 is the 21st of August 2017, where it occurred at the star Regulus, King Star, in Leo, the lion for Judah. Phonetically the same. Where Mars and Mercury are there in conjunction. Is it Mars at the mouth? I think so. So we've got to find it. Yeah, that's the one. Pattern match between, Mars at the mouth of the lion. Yeah. Mercury, which was Trump, is Trump, still is. They're on the other side. Oops, that's the one. Doing this one. So the lion couch. Abraham, the false high priest, trying to murder him. Yeah, Joseph Smith is talking about the latter days, the false prophet, trying to murder the Christ. And the battle begins 21st of August 2017 from the Egyptians. This is the Egyptian prophecy. Horus, if you saw the Gods of Egypt movie, can't remember the title. Horus loses his right eye. Technically, I think they cause him to lose both of his eyes at the beginning. But it's this one. This was another attack by Set, his uncle. Because the Heliopolis creation glyph gives birth to Osiris, Seth, or Set, and then Isis, Nephthys, and then Horus, the elder. They can't figure it out. Come on, guys. It's real easy. And so Osiris, being the firstborn, birthright blessing son, is the first king of Egypt. And his brother is jealous and has him murdered, put in the coffin first, sent up the Nile River to Beirut, Lebanon, where it becomes the Dej Pillar, cedar of Lebanon, that the king of Babel carved it into, which is a Samek, in the wrong pronunciation for Paleo-Hebrew. That's his symbol. The pole with the 3 lines. And Isis, as the wife, as the religion for the moon, left eye of Horus the Christ, sends out the missionaries, servants, to recover the body and return it to Zion, Heliopolis. She resurrects him, and Set finds out that Horus, or Osiris, has been resurrected. He then takes a sword and chops him up into 14 pieces. Other authors use 42 pieces for the 42 provinces, nomes of Egypt. It's technically the house of Israel. 14 children. No, Travis, is only 12. No. No. 13. Remember Dinah? Yeah, the woman who gets raped by the Shechemites. That woman. But Joseph, as the usurping birthright blessing son of Reuben, Judah, Simeon, and Levi also, not the other concubine wives, because they don't have ranking authority for, it's Rachel and Leah, right? Yeah, Rebecca is Isaac. And so Rachel, being the second wife, was beloved, but those 2 women are the main women. The concubine women are only backups if the main women sons fail. And so the concubine sons are placed after Benjamin. But since Joseph is the one, and so he gets a double portion, double D's, He's first, remember? Firstborn gets the double portion of the double D's. And that was still not enough. I needed rice formula. That's why I became a big baby. Large of stature. That milk does a body good. Wasn't enough, despite my mom. And she resurrected his body, chopped up into 14 pieces by his brother, and they're dumped into the Nile River, and they scatter all over the world, the scattering of the house of Israel. So Ephraim and Manasseh are 13, and then Dinah is 14. So when ISIS sends out the missionaries to all the world to gather the body parts back to Zion, Heliopolis, that is why we have the sacrament. The Egyptians had this as part of their temple rituals. People would give food and drink offerings at the temple. The priests would take them to the Holy of Holies, put them on the stand, and offer prayers to be blessed by the god, and there would be hymns sung by the naked women. And then a portion would be cut and given to the offerers. And it's all based on gen. Because in the Egyptian understanding, as with the Jewish understanding, the Christ is human. Gen, male seed, female egg, offspring. Not a space alien, not a homuzion, not real dove for immaculate conception. All of that is crap. Nonetheless, there's a bob bird there in facsimile number 1 too. Not just the hawk bird that is missing, that Joseph Smith put a knife in the false prophet's hand instead, which, yes, that was done too, because the mummification, Eva Vasilevska, University of Lethbridge, teaches that, yes, they do stick the thing up the nose and scramble it around to get the brains out. And then they also do a thing to cause the bowels to gush out of the rectum. But the organs still remain inside, and to get those out, a knife is used to cut open the chest. Take out the organs and put them in the 4 canopic jars of the sons of Horus for the cardinal points of the keys of Moses for the gathering to Zion. I don't know why Egyptologists can't figure this out. It's so obvious. But ISIS this time did not have the phallus. They couldn't find it. So she made one. That's Dinah, by the way, in case you didn't know. It's not just that boys wear blue underwear and girls wear pink underwear. Except during Nazi Germany time, when the babies wore the male babies wore the pink and the female babies wore the blue. I don't understand what's up with that. Nonetheless. And so that's the whole sacrament, is that gathering to Zion that you're supposed to remember. The coming of the Christ, who is supposed to be a Mormon. And so she made a phallus and then hovered over him as a hawk falcon and immaculately conceived. That's a star date of the 23rd of September 2017 from Revelation chapter 12. Yeah, that's why he also talks about the woman fled into the wilderness, because Set found out about this and was pissed and hunted her down to murder her and the child. Thus, Revelation chapter 12 goes over that Egyptian story. And then Madonna's like a virgin. I made it through the wilderness. Yep, that's what she's talking about. Whether she knows it or not, she did eventually become a Jewish Kabbalist. So maybe, not during their virgin years. We're going to have to stop the video at 2 hours here. It's going to be a long video, isn't it? Crap. What else do I need to explain on this? And so, yeah, David shows up again in this story as well. As when she's in Deseret, Western Desert. What do you know? She teaches him about the religion, and David steps in to teach Horus about government, even though he's the moon for religion. And so when he's old enough, 23rd September 2017, he goes back to Egypt. And on the 21st of August 2017, he starts his ministry by losing his right eye, the sun, an eclipse. The ancient Egyptian religious calendar New Year. And I did those videos for you, showing you from the guy who was making Egyptian calendars using our modern dates in the year 2017 on that day, the New Year, and on the 23rd, the coming of Horus. He's not Christian, he just studied Egyptian, got Egyptian documents, assembled all of the stuff to make his calendars for 2013 to 2025. He'll likely come up with one for 2026. It's not necessary. I've got the full 11 years now. Just incredible how accurate these guys are. And the Qumran community, Jews who have the scriptures that we call our Bible because of Christianity, no, this goes back many millennia. Many millennia when the Egyptians knew this stuff that the Qumran community Jews are plagiarizing from. They knew all of it. And so Joseph Smith is accurate in his translation. As facsimile number 2 is a woman's womb in Egyptian. It's also a dilated eye. It's also a solar eclipse. Sure enough, 14th of October 2023, Joseph knows and puts it as number 2 on purpose, as an annular eclipse that went over Utah. And then the third one is the wedding. This is the marriage of the prince of Egypt to Ma'at. She is on the top of the scales of judgment. She's the judge. It's for truth, for order, harmony in the universe. So when a person goes through his initiatories, he is brought before the scales of judgment. He has to pass, otherwise he is devoured. Or, in the 19th dynasty tombs, he goes back into the underworld as legion and swine. And so the servant is there with the prince, and he's getting married. That's why they're holding hands. And Pharaoh is sitting on the throne as Osiris with the mother, because she's got the Hathor crown. Hathor, the house of Horus, mother. It's not Isis, even though she is the wife of Osiris. This is about the marriage of the sun, so she's wearing the Hathor crown. She would be Hatshepsut, whatever the pronunciation is, the 18th dynasty queen of David Moses II. He died early, before David Moses III was old enough to take the throne. So there's a big panic. I think we need to go into this in the next segment here. Facsimile number 3 comes from Revelation chapter 19, the wedding supper feast of the Lamb at the Temple of Zion. This is the whole point and purpose of the Egyptians, of the Christ taking over the throne, restoring the kingdom from the great and abominable church who had murdered his brother. And so in the 18th dynasty is when the queen Hatshepsut, regardless of the pronunciation, if it's accurate, because again, it's a picture language. The scholars from the Rosetta Stone gave it the phonemes that we use. And so the Eyes of Horus, PTR, it's here. But that's the learning of the Greek language of the Egyptians. But Joseph Smith knew that too, and put it in John, in that version of, "Upon this rock I will build my church." And I told them, we can put in an Egyptian, show that Joseph Smith is a translator. No. We've got scholars at BYU who are assigned to do, and they're not going to do Egyptian. It's in the scriptures. You ordered me to only quote scriptures. There it is. Joseph Smith's translation. I just didn't care. They took it all out. Bastards. The one thing that the church does not care to have, translation. They don't want to give it to you. And here I am, 2 hours already, again demonstrating I have the gift of translator. And Mormons still will reject me, despite all the prophecies, all the calendar dates and clock times, all pointing to me from all religions around the whole world, and in the Book of Mormon, and from Joseph Smith, and Mormons still refuse to believe. And so, yeah, I don't think we're having Zion. It's just a tragedy, utter destruction of the people. We're all doomed. Even John Connor's got a wife. John Connor got a wife. So the queen, because the king had died early and the son, David Moses III, is too young to take the throne, the Amun priesthood was exceedingly stressed. Oh no, we've got a genocide of the family line. What do we do? Who runs the kingdom until David Moses III is old enough? So she talks to them about the premortal council in heaven, in which they saw vision, prophesied that this would happen. And so she told them of her birth, how Amun came to the queen's chambers, impregnated her with Hatshepsut. So she's the daughter of Amun. And the priest of Amun says, oh yeah, okay, yeah, we can make her pharaoh for a short temporary time because she's the daughter of Amun. Yeah. Also, well, that is it. The one premortal council in heaven, that this would be the case and she should be in her birth. And so, yeah, great. That works. We'll take it. The Amun priesthood keeps the dynasty going through her as pharaoh. And so even though she's a female, she is the pharaoh, referred to in the masculine. And thus Joseph is correct to call her Pharaoh. I don't understand why Egyptologists don't get this. It's not complicated. So Abraham is the representation of David Moses II as Father Amun in this particular case. So he's not really there. And so, yes, in the sense that he too is not really, Abraham is not the husband of the Pharaoh's wife. However, Sarah, unable to have a child from Abraham, gets kidnapped and raped by Pharaoh, and then she gets pregnant with Isaac. That doesn't conform and comply to the first creed of Christianity, Travis. Yeah, so? And as I've been telling you, especially lately with Armageddon, David Moses III is the guy of Armageddon 1, who went to battle the encroaching Hittites to push them back out of Egyptian territory, and then he would go on to conquer up to the Euphrates and down into Ethiopia for the largest amount of Egyptian land ever. And then in the midst of the battle of the parted mountain valley, in the midst of Armageddon, he goes on vacation down south to go to the mountain of Salem. Puts his foot on the Mount of Salem. There are other prophecies that I'm referring to when I emphasize this. And after that event, 1450 BCE. Yeah, long before Paleo-Hebrew. The people of Salem would then build the Temple of Jerusalem, the first temple, and build the palace for the kings of Salem. Solomon. Solemn, king, or peace for Salem. The N at the end is a suffix determinative. In Paleo-Hebrew, it's the V for the crown of northern Egypt, and you can have it combined, doesn't matter. It's just the linear form. And then the J stroke for a human, the human with the crown of Egypt. King, when it's the land, kingdom. This is important to know. So Solomon is a title as the descendant of King David, because what the tribal leader did was give over his oldest daughter to King David Moses III as a wife. And the son would be the one to go back to Salem to be the tribal leader, to become the king, tribute to Egypt. Pharaoh is the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, the great high priest. God, the Christ, on earth. His deceased father is Osiris, Father Amen. That is how it's done. So Joseph Smith knew this and is teaching this to Mormons. Got it out in 1842 after evil Danites, what they did. So this year I did the eclipses from Purim. Yeah, I'm starting to wake up. Barely. From Passover and Purim. Purim and Passover, in that order. And after Trump failed to cause Armageddon, Nelson had to humiliate himself at the pulpit of conference in his chair and confess that he no longer knows the day or the hour. And then afterward, I then am going over the 10 virgins for you, and then I got the idea, oh, yeah, Virgo, virgins. Yeah, oh, yeah, yep, sure enough, the Purim and Passover were the virgins in Virgo where they occurred. Eclipses. The one was the eclipse and the other was the full moon. It's all wise and foolish. Oh, interesting. And I went, oh, wait a minute, there's 10. But 11 years, but there's 2 this year. And so eventually I figured it out. And so we get the parable of the 10 virgins, dates for you. making the pretty picture that I would update to make it color-coded. The red for the eclipses, the white for the full moons. And so the 5 foolish virgins were 15th of April, Passover, 2014, 4th of April, Passover, 2015, 25th of March, Purim, 2016, 25th of March, Purim, 2024, and 14th of March, Purim, 2025. The wise virgins of the full moons without an eclipse were the 16th of March on Purim, 2014, 5th of March, Purim, 2015, Saturday morning session of, oh no, that was the Passover one, 4th of April. 21st of April, Passover, 2016, 23rd of April, Passover, 2024, 12th of April, Passover, 2025. And that was cool for the sun as he passed over the dry land of the parted waters of Pisces. Done a little video clip, and then I showed the other day that for tabernacles, the moon passes over on dry ground for tabernacles. Right there at the start. So yeah, that's what Joseph Smith is referring to in section 45, verse 56. When you see the fulfillment of the day when the parable of the 10 virgins occurs, Mormons didn't know. And then that then went, oh, yeah, 3 virgins. Yeah, Abraham. There's talk about 3 virgins getting sacrificed on an altar. As I already knew that the 21st of August 2017 was facsimile number 1. It's Abraham, and it says it refers to it. So Abraham chapter 1 verse 12 is the 21st of August 2017. As 8 April 2024 is facsimile number 3. He never got to that. He only got to facsimile number 2. Sort of. He kept repeating the Genesis story over and over again. Nonetheless, I went back and checked for those virgins when they occurred. Sure enough, in the verse before, Abraham chapter 1 verse 11, wouldn't you know it, 3 out of the 5 for the 10 these were the eclipses, right? I took it down, didn't I? For finally conforming and complying. Yeah, 15th of April. These are all they should have been redded. They're all the lunar eclipses that occurred. 15th of April, 2014, 4th of April, 2015, 23rd of March, 2016. 3 virgins sacrificed with an eclipse. And the reason why they're the foolish virgins and not the wise virgins, even though they were righteous and wouldn't worship the gods of Elkanah, the god of Elkanah, is because they're Egyptian, of the genealogy of Ham, who lost the right of the priesthood because of that tent incident with Noah, where Ham sees his father's nakedness, tells his brothers and Japheth and Shem the name, which is Ammon, goes in backwards with the blanket, covers up their father's nudity, and then when Noah gets out of his drunken stupor, curses Canaan, the son of Ham, not Ham. And the Jews can't figure out what happened. What's going on? What? Well, Joseph Smith explains it in chapter 1 of Abraham, that Ham was married to Egyptus, and Egyptus had a daughter named Egyptus. Ham also had a son, who's the firstborn birthright blessing son, Canaan. And the two had sex, brother and sister. And thus, using the Egyptian reason for the pharaohs, each pharaoh, because of Nut and Geb, being brother and sister, have to solidify the bloodline of the seed, egg, offspring to secure the genealogy of the throne, the gen. And so Genai is the knowledge people, even though sometimes they'll be called magicians. And so that's what happened there, is that they did this and lost the priesthood because they didn't have sex with other cousins. So apparently there would be more to the story to explain it, but that's not necessary, because Joseph Smith is trying to give you the latter-day prophecy with the dates. So thus we called brothers and sisters. So getting married to a Mormon who's a prostitute for Pimp Daddy Nelson is our sister. So yeah, all of this is what they're referring to here. Wise and foolish virgins. And so, yep, sure enough, you have 2014, 2015, 2016, and then boom, the solar eclipse on the 21st of August, 2017. And then Joseph has the other two facsimiles for the other two solar eclipses for the full latter days, which is the sign from the word sign in Paleo-Hebrew. The first and last letters of Paleo-Hebrew, the Alpha and Omega of Paleo-Hebrew. That's the reason why Alpha and Omega. In Paleo-Greek, the Alpha is the letter A that we have and know as the sign in linear script form. It is the Eye of Horus for Peter, seer. But it's also the solar eclipse shadows over the United States of America from the 21st of August 2017 to the April 2024 one, and including the 14th of October 2023 over Utah. The first one on the 21st of August 2017 went over Adam-on-Diamond in Independence, Missouri. Remember, everything has to do with the church. Has to do with Mormons. Second one went over Utah and Travis County, Texas. He was from the crossroads of the Wagoneer Sun God at noonday. His full name in the sign as well. As the last letter in Paleo-Hebrew is the X for crossroads. That was not cool. I'm glad I saved the first 2 hours, but I don't want to lose this part. And so the 8 April 2024 crossed over crossroads, gave us the location for Southern Illinois as Zion from 19 July 1840 from Joseph Smith. The mountain cities of Zion and New Jerusalem, with the observatory at the capstone for my home that I have to wait to have built before I can move in, and so the rest of you have to get your home first. I mean, yeah, it could be built before you guys, but I can't in good conscience have my home until you get yours. But it also crosses over Kirtland, Ohio, and the Manchester Farm, as well as Canandaigua, New York, where 9/11/1826 occurred, the birth of the Book of Mormon, and Batavia, where the Batavian Press was, where William Morgan was fronted the money to work on the book and had his home there, but then went to Canandaigua, far away, 2 days journey away, or is it 3, to write the book, which would become the Book of Mormon because of 9/11/1826. Had too much Knights Templar in it for Martin Harris to handle, and so it had to be rewritten by Joseph Smith Sr. to be more Jewish Kabbalistic instead. But you still see Knights Templar, and Joseph Smith, in his second vision, makes it very clear that it's all about the York Rites Knights Templar. Duh! You've got the Christ appearing to him. In this sign, you will win. As Joseph tells us, you need to listen to him in order to win and survive. And he also talks about the Egyptian gold plates, the Knights Templar, who came to America, bought the land from the Mandan Indian tribe, the sun people of the sun god with the sun king at the sun city, offering human sacrifices to the sun god in preparation for the coming of the Christ and Zion restored in America at that location, then abandoned the city. And the Knights Templar went and buried their Egyptian gold plates in the caves of Cumorah. A third Cumorah? Three Cumorahs. No, 19 July 1840, Joseph Smith makes it very clear that you bring the Egyptian documents to Zion. But yes, the Knights Templar in 1363. They bought the land. That's what God is telling Joseph in his vision. I have bought the land. It is mine. It's actually the Doctrine and Covenants passages where he says, I have bought the land. It is mine. So yeah, everything has to do with the church. Everything is Jewish and Egyptian. The word sign from Isaiah, I give unto you a sign, the first and last, Alpha and Omega, over the United States of America. And then he gives you 23rd September 2017 for the coming of Emmanuel. It's just intense of how all of this is working out. So 600 years from the time Lehi left Jerusalem. Yeah, I figured that out immediately when I started looking for star dates. I thought of, oh yeah, Jesus. He's supposed to have been born in 1 CE or I checked 1010 something back, and even went to 33 and up to 43, checking for signs in the heavens, and found 8 April 4 CE, 600 years from the time Lehi left Jerusalem. Not the 6th of April, 8th of April, which is 20 years to the day to the last one from Revelation 19. And as I checked over Russia for that annular solar eclipse, wouldn't you know it, there's Mercury in Aries. So, Genesis 22, 3 through 14, Abraham takes his son Isaac to go on a field trip to Utah, top of the mountain. Isaac says, "Where's the lamb for the sacrifice, Daddy?" At 33 years of age. For the Knights Templar, not the Knights Templar, the Scottish Rites, the enemy. And God will provide. Trust in the Lord. They get to the top of the mountain, he builds the altar, and then he has his son tied up. He's going to stab him with a knife from Abraham chapter 1 with the facsimile number 1. And a messenger appears, Mercury, the trump of the gods, the messenger of the gods, and says, "Well done, here's a ram in the thicket." 8 April 4 CE over Russia. And there it is in the Book of Mormon. Not just the sign giving you the date of the exodus of Lehi from Jerusalem before it's destroyed by Armageddon, but Moses with the Exodus is involved in the story, as well as Abraham sacrificing Isaac. He actually went through with it. Gotta read carefully. Nephi wasn't born yet, and Isaac was sacrificed. All right. God, so much stuff. So I won't go over this, the other pictures. Alrighty, here we go. After we'll get to the Armageddon facsimile with its accompanying scroll. I don't know the source for this. This is an artistic rendition of the person who signed it, but it is accurate. I would need to do a translation of the text below to verify that it does come from an Egyptian document that they did not label or reference. This was from Pinterest that I found this picture. And when I saw the top of the stone from which this comes from, it's obvious that this is a stela, a stone, that this came from. It's incredible. I looked at it and went, oh yeah, Peter. Yeah, I got to get all Peter stuff. It's here. And then I took a closer look and I went, okay, yeah, that's David. And he's writing on Ma'at's feather. In between at the forehead is Omega. I went, holy crap, whoever this person is who's not referencing where this comes from, put Armageddon in the Egyptian language. This is the date for Armageddon, the prophecy of Armageddon. Because I recognize it. I know how to translate Egyptian. I just did it for you. The two eyes of Horus is the Egyptian Christ. Seer for prophecy and revelation of the future event, of the Christ and his coming. You have Omega symbol, the horizon sun, for the latter days, which I already knew was the 21st of August 2017 when it starts. And so this is just wild. This is the latter days of the coming of the Christ of the Egyptians. The picture below the Omega sun, the horizon sun, the Akhet, is not listed in Egyptian and Gardner's sign list. It's close to the pot, W10. It's more associated with W10A. And as a pot, yeah, it's what you put porridge in for Esau sacrifice and giving up his birthright and blessing to Jacob to become let God prevail. But also for washing and other stuff that pots are used for, and having to do with the latter days. And I don't think I got that, so let's look it up in the sign list. It wouldn't be in the list, it would be in his Gardner's sign list, I think. So while this is saving for 5 years, I'm just going to go to sleep. Crash again. They're good. I don't snore, by the way, in case there's any women out there who are single, over 18, and listening. Oh, this is, oh, no, this is the one. Okay. No, it isn't. I need the list. There we go. Go down to W10. Yeah, here we go. Gardner, in his limited capacity of intelligence, put determinative for the vessel in Egyptian language, to approach, to come towards, to meet, to present a gift, to make an offering. So offering the sacrifices at the temple in similitude of the coming of the Christ, who would be a human, through the couple who presents the offerings. And they get the sacrament, bread and wine back. The Last Supper. Also for bathing, which is part of the temple initiatories as well, and food for the sacrament, Last Supper, and the morning meal, which the Jews have the feast meal right at the beginning of Passover and Tabernacles. So the starting meal, the morning meal. Thus the horizon sun is both Alpha and Omega for that sense. And then there's another F-16 that they threw in here. Won't worry about that. So the figure is close to W10, but it needs to be stretched a little more. I'm not gonna worry about it. So they need another one in there to emphasize the different shape, to say that it's the same thing. All right. So back to the Armageddon scroll. So David, the one who created the civil calendar, who creates all the calendars, who's the record keeper, who's the book of the law keeper, the book of life, for who gets to go to Zion. Michael, the high priest of the writing of God, the God of the high priest of writing. David, the one who taught Horus about government, and the one who he's a descendant of, the David-Moses dynasty, King David III, Armageddon 1, and David here is writing on the Ma'at at the scales of judgment. Judgment Day, Yom Kippur, October 2nd. Writing on the plume on her head, which is at the top of the scales for judgment. And so I'd have to go and do a translation of this, since I don't know the actual reference, don't know the actual source from which the person's signature came from. I'm also very curious, because if this is from an actual Egyptian stone tablet, that Gardner again left out the two eyes of Horus for seer, as it's repeated in the text itself, as he should have used those in his sign list, because that's how he did it. He doesn't use the signs in the facsimiles. He only uses any signs that show up in the documents. And it could be the moon symbol. Interesting. Interesting. Like I said, I'd need to do a translation of this lower section, since I couldn't find the original source, and that wasn't referenced properly, because it was a person who pinned it on Pinterest. to confirm that this is a legitimate document. This person does not know that that's Armageddon. Nobody knows. I'm the only one who knows. I had to decipher things because everybody else botched them. So for this person, to put that in there, oh my God. And so you have the servant, behind David, who's attending to him. And the reason for that is Amos chapter 3, verse 7. Surely the Otten of Yahweh will do nothing, save he shall revealeth his secrets unto his servants of the prophets. The servants, missionaries, spread the words of the prophets told by the head of the church, Otten, which is Amen, prior to Otten taking over from Akhenaten, with Akhenaten, the Armana city of the sun disk, which was intended to be Zion, but Mormons couldn't endure his presence, so he was taken away, and so also the Melchizedek priesthood. Yeah, hilarious. So Section 86 and Section 84, missionaries are putting the whole church under condemnation because they're lying about Joseph's church in the Book of Mormon. Gotta tell the truth. It's not Christian. It's not about Jesus. It's Jewish from the Egyptian documents. So that just blew me away when I saw that. And so, a tomb, so resurrection from the tomb, even though it's more of a cartouche, but that's the whole point of a cartouche, is that they're supposed to be resurrected, coming from the tomb. So it's not Jesus. No, it's a prophecy of Jesus. No, it's not. Alright, let's get to some other stuff here. Now that the language lesson of 2.5 hours, 3 hours, is now over. And I could have done this as a separate video, but I don't want to. This makes it easier for me to do. And like I said, most likely if we get Zion, this will be a Zion video. Everybody will finally be able to have access to it and listen to it now that they know the truth. The church was lying to them and tried to murder you. And I was trying to save your life. And you tried to murder me. So, YouTube, I busted them for doing Cypress ads with the FBI, and apparently the FBI got on them, on their case. Also in the news yesterday, YouTube is now restoring the videos they banned from banning my channel also. You'll notice that there's a huge gap right around 2021 where the next video isn't until years later. That's because of the Biden administration telling social media platforms to censor anybody's content who says anything that's supposed to be misleading of COVID. Well, the Mormon working for YouTube saw this as a great opportunity. Oh, Travis is being mean to Nelson. Banned for medical misinformation. There's no medical misinformation. Nope, sorry, banned. I know your sensitive snowflake feelings are hurt on this, but, you know, we gotta protect other people on YouTube from you. Bleep you. If you can't confess that the church is false, leave me alone. You are incapable of debating me. You automatically lose, and you don't get it. Christians automatically lose in debating the Jews. Islam automatically loses debating the Jews. People just don't get it. They want to be evil, and they commit crimes. What the Biden administration did was allow for criminal activity to flourish, to take out people that the employee disapproved of, aka me. And so, yeah, they shut down this channel because they took down videos on purpose to shut down this channel, to keep me from posting videos for a probationary period of a long time. And so I switched over to TWG, which was intended to be my business YouTube channel of doing professional postings. But the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints shut down my business website connected to YouTube. So after the attack on my Travis Wayne Goodsell channel, I then switched over to do that on the destroyed TWG channel. And then they destroyed that one. So I went back to Travis Wayne Goodsell. God, just so much evil to shut me up and silence me. When, again, I did it again for you, showing you the gifts, not the titles, not the self-proclaiming declaration of my identity. You have to validate it. No, gifts. Real simple. I am. I have. I do the videos for you. And the Mormons just don't care. It enrages them that the real guy is exposing Nelson as the false prophet of Revelation chapter 16 for Armageddon. So I reported that YouTube is deleting women's channels. And because they've deleted thousands, these women who were getting advertisers to advertise on their channel and to do try-on haul videos for these advertisers, which YouTube was setting up to have done. But YouTube, through the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints community guidelines, standards, and evils of Lucifer, to ban porn, had a false positive on these women's channels doing try-on haul videos. And that's why they're getting shut down as porn. And so all these advertisers are no longer able to advertise on YouTube either. And so they're saying, what the bleep, YouTube? And so they're not advertising on YouTube. You're not going to let these women advertise our products that we're providing for them to do try-on hauls for. Well, then we're pulling our ads. So YouTube was losing money because of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, sabotaging them with the incorrect translation of porn. Temple prostitution. Which the church practices. And so earlier this year I noticed that there's all these AI advertisings about medical misinformation, about sexual stuff, which You need to consult a medical doctor, not an AI advertisement on YouTube. And so I'm checking. And it's from Cyprus. And then I see others from Cyprus. And I'm going, what the hell? So I figure it out. Yeah. YouTube getting banned by the advertisers because YouTube banned their promoters on YouTube for being porn, pulled their funding, pulled their advertising money, and so YouTube were desperate to take any money from anybody. So they were getting it from Cyprus, who was putting out a whole big ad campaign of dangerous, harmful, medically incorrect advertising. And so I reported this to the FBI, that the church is attacking me, silencing my voice, wanting to murder Trump to get their kingdom back, and they're getting YouTube to do it, as YouTube is being forced to get funding through criminal sources from Cyprus. Because they don't get the ad revenue from all the women they've banned. And so I noticed the FBI got to them, not just for allowing those who got banned under Biden to return, which, like I said, I lasted the duration of the probation by having the other channel to post videos on. That's why I say 8.9K videos. But also, they're now doing new advertising now. I noticed. I see the patterns. I see the chronological events in their order. Now they're going back to prostituting AI women, which used to be from Cyprus. The one particular one that I took a snapshot of for you. Ever dated? Ever date a girl from Russia? Really? Didn't Trump turn on them? And here again, YouTube shows that they're Antifa, led by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And so it's Anastasia date. Experience love the Eastern European way. Join Anastasia date and find your dream girl who's an AI picture. This is a scam. I've told you this. I get spam from dating sites. And occasionally I will be able to download their pictures. And so I've got a file where I put them all. And they just steal pictures from off the internet. None of the women are real. These are scams. And YouTube is getting scammed because they're getting paid finally for banning women for porn, which this is paying for sex. Prostitution. So now they're telling me that this is advertiser identity verified by Google. Because they paid. The advertiser is DMM Solutions Incorporated. I'm willing to bet I could trace it back. We're doing it. This already is a very long video. Such a long latter days. There they are. Dating sites operations. Interesting. And they've got Android apps. Is not a BBB accredited business, to expose them as a scam. New York, New York. Interesting. Where the Antifa headquarters is. Global chat and date. Yeah, there's major sex trafficking going on in New York, New York. Here's dating.com fraud, a DMM Solutions Incorporated company. This is change.org. Romance scammers are all over social media. Victims suffer in silence and are too ashamed and broken to speak up. Zoom info. And they just say what it is. Let's see if they have about us. So it's not from New York. This is a hub station to bypass where they're actually coming from. They even call it trafficking needs. But yeah, this is a sex trafficking operation here. This is back in the days when you'd get the Russian bride catalogs in the mail. Projects and partners. Acquiring and monitoring. Online social networking platform industry. Oh dear God, digital marketing. Yeah, this is a massive criminal operation that needs to be reported. Dear God. And so yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is. Ding, 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 ding. Not only Russia, but also Arabian date. Yep. Yep. Oh, Nelly. Yeah, we got it. Yep. Russia and Islam are involved. Is central hub for sex trafficking here. And yes, New York is where they're doing it from. So yeah, this is a major, it's not verified. This is not a legitimate company. This is sex trafficking on YouTube now because they banned women called porn by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints that input the algorithms into the AI of YouTube to ban the women. And visit our safety center. Bleep you. This is just awful. YouTube, you gotta stop. Just stop. You're getting exposed here. And so, yeah, I noticed also that after my over 200, last I saw, video of Armageddon, with the gall that I had, it is done. LDS Mormon Church President Russell Marion Nelson to announce at a open conference. How much gall do I have to speak for the president? What gall? Did you even look up Revelation 16:17? No, you didn't. But I noticed a sharp drop in views after the next three, the next day. No, that same day and into the next day. YouTube was cutting off my views again because that's too much. But also because of what I did previously. And so, going back to the 22nd, that day I would find out in the evening that Armageddon had begun, that all the nations turned on Israel to destroy them from the face of the earth. And so the video I did on the 22nd that morning, I did 3 that day. I do social behavior control enforced worldwide Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And the whole world that day comes out and says we're turning on Israel. Because where the church goes, Armageddon. Revelation 16. 13 and 14, the false prophet goes to all the world to gather them to Israel at Megiddo for the big war. And boom, ta-da, I'm inspired. Then I was inspired to do the 202nd year anniversary of Joseph Smith's second vision and 8th year anniversary of the latter days. What's it all for? Armageddon! And then boom, the evening, or the later one that I also did. Second Coming Mormon Jesus Christ, 23rd September 2025, to attend October conference. Which might have been that morning video, but no, I do remember it is Armageddon that I did as the morning video. I might have done both of them. But no, Armageddon was the morning one. It's been too long. It's been too long. And so then, yeah, on the 23rd, after that night, Armageddon begins. LDS Mormon Church prophecy. Yep. Because Dallin Oaks got leaked by a little sister missionary through her mission president, who recorded Oaks. Not allowed to. D. Todd Christofferson's on the case to take down President Markey and have disappeared. Sister Jessica, let her go, D. Todd. He confesses, we are the great and abominable church of Lucifer, Nelson is the false prophet, and we are running a test in 2020 and 2021 for the end of the world, Armageddon. It got leaked last November. This church got exposed as the enemy, and I'm horrified that Mormons are not catching on to this, that they're all wanting to play dumb and illiterate. That they don't understand you're the enemy. And so when Charlie Kirk gets assassinated, yeah, Trump was going to have all of you 3,000 rounded up and disappeared for life. Because you didn't listen to me. Because YouTube is under orders by the church to shut me up so that you don't know who I am, so that you won't be saved, so that you will be murdered, so that you don't go to Zion. That's what all this is about. That's why I'm being attacked. They want to murder you to get their kingdom. They are using people to commit crimes for them because they're cowards. They won't do it themselves. They sit back on their thrones laughing at how they got other people to commit crimes for them so that they can get all this money hoarded and murder people to get their kingdom. In case you forgot, it's the great and abominable Church of Lucifer. And so yes, after dropping the bomb yet again, they're shutting down my views yet again. They attacked me yet again to prevent me from doing what D-Todd does to me, downloading my videos. They know, because I put them in the pictures and video clips, all legal, but they don't want me to do it. They let other people do it, but not me, because I know what's going on, and I'm the only one trying to save your lives. Follow me if you want to live. Terminator. It's just sickening. And so looking back at those videos and the views, the social behavior control, they weren't getting lots of views. YouTube was only not allowing me less than 50. 65 for the senior missionary Kool-Aid. I found him. He's a published author. And dressing like a Jack Mormon. But nonetheless, Mormons want to be evil, and they don't get it. Those 3,000 who are upset with me, if they would know about me, were gonna be slaughtered because the church set it all up. Tyler didn't do it. And I'm still hearing Bill Maher last night, still blaming Tyler as if he did it. Nancy Mace, he did it. Get him. And yet, he didn't do it. He was framed. The guy who's the trans Antifa at the Catholic school, yeah, he did it. We got him at the scene. But Charlie Kirk? No. Whoever was on the roof was not the shooter. And they're claiming it was Tyler. There's no rifle, no weapon, no confirmation it's Tyler. And yet, they don't care anymore. They're not investigating who actually done it. Came from the Kumar whatever building, the other one that I was talking about. It's very clear. Everybody who saw the actual shooting knows it came from that direction. And the 3,000 were the witnesses. Don't tell me that they're now accepting the narrative that it was the Luz A building. Oh, okay, I guess. You had 2 people taken into custody before Tyler. Everybody assumed it was them. Because the government was taking them into custody. And yet, this just humiliated the Mormons in attendance there. That they were witnesses to an assassination, and they are clueless? They aren't stepping up and saying, "No, Cox, that's not what happened. There was a person in the grassy knoll." But that's what happens with normal people. Normal people see and witness what happened and call BS when the government comes out with a magic bullet theory, which, yes, was also part of this. This is just horrifying to allow this to happen and to fool Mormons with it. Mormons have been utterly disgraced. And yes, they were calling for war against Mormons. You get Steve Bannon, who I've already made the connection to the secret combination run by the secret organization, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Who's calling for Cox to round up all the Mormons. And Cox still isn't doing it. He sacrificed an innocent Mormon to save the rest of Mormons. They perjured themselves in the hearing. An innocent man whose life is now ruined. Just like the BYU starting quarterback. Ruined because of a little girl. Unbelievable. So, the executive is not supposed to tell the court how to rule. And yet, Trump tampered with Tyler's case, calling for Tyler to be executed immediately. Oops, Tyler's got to go free now. He can't get a fair trial. One of those getting off on a technicality things. But he didn't do it anyway. But they're not going to search for the real killer. They assume it's Tyler. But Tyler now has to go free. The whole case is ruined. He's now got an appointed lawyer. Hello? Do you know how to do your job, McFly? He won't know how to do his job. He should immediately be calling for the release of Tyler because of the words of the president. He cannot get a fair trial. There is no evidence tied to Tyler. This case must be dismissed with prejudice, and Tyler must receive damages, destroying his life with permanent damage. And it will not be done because they want blood, and they aren't going to go after the actual shooter. So yes, the UN refused to listen to Netanyahu. You guys are refusing to listen to me. This exposes a person's true character when they pull a stunt like this. We already knew their true character from October 7th, but we already knew that this is what they were going to do. We know them now. They're the enemy of mankind. They want to exterminate the Jews, and they're claiming the audacity that Israel is going to exterminate Gaza. No genocide by Israel. All of this is designed as a genocide against Israel. And the news will not cover that correctly. And so I have the picture, which was originally going to be the thumbnail picture, but it's now Armageddon. And the other version, I posted the other one. I hope I remember to put that in too. But anyway, Reuters called Netanyahu a liar. That is not your job as the press. They should have their licenses pulled now for making that statement. You don't have evidence that Israel is guilty of genocide. They never have. Nobody has evidence. You have evidence of Islam being the genocidal murderers. Getting the whole world to do their dirty work for them, to sacrifice the Gazan people, to get the world to do their dirty work, just like the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Wow. I wonder if that's where Islam got it from. So, Jen. There's a whole bunch of Jen news. We all know Utah banned porn. We all know that because of banning porn, you've got a whole bunch of sex crimes escalating in Utah, becoming the #1 in the nation. You've got psychologists that are sexually grooming their victims, that they're now expanding to little toddlers and infants. Sexually grooming. They are forced to use the standards of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints concerning porn. That every little kid, every unmarried person must turn off their sex drive. They've got to pay the church and shut off their sex drive and only marry a Mormon in the temple, paying for it for the rest of their lives to Pimp Daddy Nelson. We see this. Natasha Helfer was excommunicated and fired for preaching in psychology that porn is not an addiction. It's not harmful to kids. It's the hierarchy of needs. Sex, Jen. It's how the human race exists. And the church is trying to exterminate mankind. And people are too stupid to figure this out. And also saying masturbation is not a sin, let alone harmful, as the church is getting their psychologists and other frothy women mostly to scream for blood for any porn, as they're now using porn to blacklist people, to find out who's watching it and what they watch, so that they can abuse them unto death. That's what all of this is about. The massacre of humans, the extermination event. So, KSL still won't stop. Interviewed a psychologist. Because he's a psychologist, because he's in Utah, because he's under orders of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to say that porn is addictive and harmful to children, and that masturbation is harmful and unhealthy and will cause death, blindness. He is a sex abuser, even a child sex abuser. And yet they've changed the name of porn, child porn, to child sex abuse material. Psychologists, as a psychologist in Utah, under orders of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, who's threatening to fire anybody if they don't preach the church's Lucifer doctrine from the temple. He is a child sex predator and abuser. Not just an adult sex abuser. And they got him on the show to talk about 3 ways, can't remember the exact title. Oh yeah, 3 ways not to, 3 words not to apologize. You got Tamara Vaifanua again playing the dumb blonde role for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints through KSL News. But then I think it was Fox News that reported that deaths by sextortion are on the rise in Utah. Or they were the ones who reported with ABC4 that the U of U also still is having problems with sex crimes, sex abuse crimes. The problem is getting worse because the church won't teach sex ed. The church threatens and extorts all members to be sexually abused. And so obviously crimes escalate. The church wants this to purge Utah. And children are dead because of them. Nelson has more blood on his hands. In 1999, fear raged across the world and in the nation. Movies were being made of it. The Y2K virus. That somehow the algorithms were rigged in the calendar clock of the computers, that when it clicks to 2K, it somehow will be the rise of the machines to destroy mankind. And of course, Y2K came and went, and nothing happened. It's not AI. It's not the rise of the machines, you dumbasses. Nonetheless. Terminator makes it very clear for all people who watch. October 14th, 2025. Microsoft and likely Google, but Google has a different scheduling, but they've already been threatening me, as I've shown you, and you see in the pictures that I provide from the snapshots of all the cyber attacks that I'm being given, is to be operational just like Skynet. And I saw that out of order yesterday. And sure enough, the internet problems that we're facing, that we're having, that are escalating, that are serious, people are dying, people are losing money, businesses are getting ruined. All of these AI attacks, running fire sales, causing problems as a malware virus. They're telling us, well, we just need to make AI operational for the whole world, and that'll fix the problem. Skynet is the virus to destroy mankind. So, Trump, the other day, signed over $14 billion to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the major investor in Oracle for TikTok now. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is going to terminate President Donald Jesus Terminator Trump in his second coming. Oakes said 2020 and 2021 is a test run for Armageddon. Here we are. It's now Armageddon. Which means the clock is ticking on when they will assassinate Trump. And here he is caving to them and giving them $14 billion. He's not listening to me. And so in the church news last night, Oakes, I could have kept going on that. Could have talked about the school kids and the new dress code for BYU. For little girls. Could have kept going. That would have been awesome. They put in Friday night that Oaks met with the Palestinian leader here in Utah, or a lawyer guy for Islam or Palestine, whatever his title is. And they told us in the article that this had occurred 3 days earlier. Yesterday was the 26th, which means the 23rd. The 22nd was the BYU students thing. To understand the video context now, the 23rd, and I took it down again. Come on, let's get you going here. This is supposed to be intelligent, to know how I always put it, and to repeat that. Nope. Bleep you, Travis. Bleep you. Because the 22nd was the social behavior control video. Enforced worldwide that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is going to all the world to gather them to Armageddon. On the 22nd, when the guy is meeting at BYU, talking about the new dress code. D. Todd Christofferson is the one who gathers and downloads all my video content. An hour and 14 minutes and 44 seconds, 46 minutes and 30 seconds for the 202nd anniversary, 50 minutes and 25 seconds for the Second Coming Mormon Jesus Christ, 23rd September. And so on the 23rd, they learn about the 22nd, or the second coming of Jesus Christ. And that morning, as Oaks is meeting with them, Armageddon begins. Because on the evening of the 22nd, all the world is gathered against Israel. And there it is in the morning. Social behavior control enforced worldwide. And then the next day, Armageddon. Oaks got word. Countries that recognize Palestinian state. And last night, 3 days later, rather than that very evening for the church news, Oaks finally allows it to be released on Friday night. that they met with Palestine. Well, Armageddon had begun. But that's not all that I caught. Oakes and Bednar. No Irene. No Nelson. Oakes is looking very thin. They are long overdue to die. They are way old. So ancient. And as I've told you, it's all fun and games that, yay, I predicted Armageddon. I knew years ago and did the videos warning you it's coming. That all the prophecies have happened. All the revelations of calendar dates and clock times have happened right on time. Whereas Mormons are always at least 15 minutes late. Even last year, October's conference, Nelson gets up or sits down and says, "In a coming day, Jesus Christ will return." And a month later, Mormons come back from vacation and find out about it. And the one woman finds Sister Jessica's post and leaks it to us as well. And yet, clueless of the big picture of what's going on. All of this is nothing for me. Yeah, I know who the enemy is. I know who the great and abominable church is. Nelson is Lucifer, Bible name meaning. I've done it all. I parted the waters in 2021. Creeping death, pestilence, everything. Nelson failed. Yeah, so what? I'm a prophet of doom. Yay. But I've told you repeatedly, the #1 video that they've shut me down for, to try to destroy me and murder me and silence me, was because the second failure wanted to know when. When are we going back? When are we going to Zion? That's been the whole reason for this. It's not about, yay, everybody's going to die. No, I'm trying to save lives. As Mormons refuse to get it. They don't get it. By rejecting me, Mormons choose death. They choose bondage to Nelson. He's on the verge of death. He's no threat to anybody. You know, his security guards are packing heat. They're the real threat. Those who follow his orders to commit crimes for him. Those are the threats. But you take out the church from the equation, the whole church, and boom, the whole world is healed. We're all singing Kumbaya. Steve Bannon can be happy. I just want Zion. That was my whole point and purpose for doing all these videos. Zion, guys. We're going to have Zion. Peace, safety, refuge from Armageddon. And I'm lucky if I've got 5 people who follow me still. Very few, if any, are listening to the end of this video. Hi, D. Todd, who has to be forced to watch. Bleep you! You coward. That's all I wanted was Zion. And if Armageddon destroys the whole world and exterminates mankind, all is lost. Even if it takes out the church along with it. Because there needs to be not just the fall of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the great and abominable church, but they have to transfer the church to me. Because I've got the keys of Moses for the Exodus. I've got the blueprints to build Zion. Nobody else does. I've had the dreams of the transfer of authority, as I've gone over with you. But we're still waiting for the fall of this evil abomination. And they will never willingly transfer it to me. D. Todd, I know you're listening. Even if you have one of your other stooges doing this, and they get to this part in the video, and as they need to get your attention, along with Oaks, you will never confess that you're evil. You will never admit you're wrong. You will never restore damages. You will never repent. Thus, you will never transfer it willingly to me as you need to. So yes, it was hilarious. You transferred it to Palestine. Ha ha ha. I know that if you don't get your kingdom back, nobody will live. That all of the church goes with you guys in death. All the money just disappears. All of the assets of the church destroyed, along with the rest of mankind. You would rather have everything destroyed than allow mankind to exist and survive. This is what Mormons have never understood. That we are now in Armageddon, and the church is not helping Mormons to survive. They're leaving you to yourselves to pull yourselves up by your own bootstraps to survive. They did not prophesy of any of this. They set it all up. They are Judas in Judah. They are the enemy. They got other people to do all this. To do their crimes, to do their dirty deeds done dirt cheap, hoarding trillions of dollars, getting another 14 billion in investments from Trump, the one they're going to assassinate. Trump is being played as a stooge. So, yeah, we're likely to have a shutdown. CBS reported, quote, shutdown could lead to mass layoffs. No, it will. That's what happens in a shutdown. They don't fund the employees. They're laid off. And others are forced to come to work. And they refuse to come to work. If you're not going to pay me, I'm not coming to work. We've seen this before. For CBS to not understand this after all these years of reporting, bleep you guys. And so yes, the news is freaking out when Trump says the Democrats are responsible if the government shuts down. They're going to be responsible for the firings of a mass layoffs of people. And the Democrats are screaming, they're extorting us. No, this is what happens in a shutdown. You were wanting to do it. Now, when Trump says he's going to do it, you're now flipping the script. This is the whole reason why we have Armageddon now. Psychologists from Nazi Germany thanking their American liberators. So, the banned videos from the Biden administration are coming back, baby. They got to be restored. So yeah, I'm sure they've still got them in their files. T. Todd, do you want to give it to YouTube to put back on my channels? No? Gonna make me search through my files to find them? Bastards. The Canada UN ambassador. This was just awful. To have a leader in a government office, the UN ambassador, Canada, who can be so dense to join terrorism and then have the audacity to claim, after witnessing the disrespect to Netanyahu, when Netanyahu speaks directly to the hostages still remaining, we have not forgotten you. And the Canadian UN ambassador says that was deeply offensive. If there's ever a reason to nuke Canada, that was it. Dear God. Beam and moat. We're almost done. It's only going to be a 4-hour video. Is this all going to be in vain? Am I doing this for nothing? The UN, having been the ones to cause the October 7th attack with Hamas, the UN funded it, aided in it. We got the tunnels tying Hamas to the UN building. We know. It's been exposed. Everybody's in denial, but we know. They're now, after getting all the world against Israel, are now calling for the blacklisting of all the companies, which were only 68 or 98, something like that. Wasn't very many in comparison with the millions of companies worldwide. So only Less than 100? Seriously? They're being blacklisted for providing services to Israel as companies. Yep. They're telling the world companies, threatening the world companies to turn on Israel, to cut off all support to Israel, to starve the Israeli people, to destroy the lives of the Israeli people. Because they're the good guys, not Israel. Doing it to the poor, helpless, innocent Gazans. Beam and mode. And then finally, after the peacekeeper assassin here in Utah, there we go. We'll do Megadeth again. They're bringing it back with a new name. Hoping everybody forgot the abomination of the first time of the protest. October 18th. Armageddon is likely to have happened before conference. Church wants their kingdom back. So I told you, but I didn't tell you. It's here at the end of the video. Crap. The G is the phallic symbol in the script, and then the N is the king symbol. In Greek, it's without the J stroke, so it's just a crown all by itself. And so the generations of the king, and thus the Christ, is understood by that, but gen, seed, egg, offspring. So I told you, but if you're still listening and you didn't get the translation, but like I said, all of this is Zion projects. Zion, Zion, Zion.